I guess it would help if I added myself to the goddamn stage, man. What up? What up, chat? What up, all my people from the Off the Script community? How we living today, boys and girls? Are we ready for some independent pro wrestling action? House of Glory makes their YouTube pay-per-view debut with JD and Solomonster at commentary. We've got high intensity today. I wasn't gonna go live, and then I thought, you know what? It'd be kind of cool to just have a little spot for the community to hang out. And this is a show that we can all watch in real time together. Nobody's got to buy nothing. Nobody's got to buy a pay-per-view. We can just chill on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? We can just chill. Who we got all up in here already? Oh my God. Look who it is, chat. Lori Lynch. I have not seen you on my channel in quite some time. I hope you and the family is doing okay today. I appreciate seeing your name in my chat. I've missed it greatly. I didn't know if you was ever gonna come back or not. I know life sometimes throws us curveballs, and we can't always get to all the shows, so I get it, and you don't need to explain. I'm very well aware of things that you talked to me about earlier in the year, so I hope some of that situation is looking up for you, Lori. But it really means a lot, especially when I know my friends are going through hard times and they still find a way in here. Uh, it really is awesome that you're here. I got Mike Rouse, the real ones pull up. Patrick Palmer with the one. Everybody add House of Glory on your YouTube because they're showing all their pay-per-views on YouTube now, so we all get to watch. I gotta get my shit together real quick and pull them up. Let's get it cracking. I mean, I'm clicking on the channel. Am I bent? Rage is in the chat over on House of Glory. Just type in the chat. I'm just self-advertising in House of Glory's chat. Sorry, everybody. I got benched? For real? Oh, no, there it is. Chat's flying. See if we get anybody from OTS up in here. How we all doing today? I'm glad you and your husband are doing okay. He said, "What's up to me?" I don't. It was a recent show. I don't remember exactly if it was last week or the week before, but yeah, GOC's over there in the chat. I see Rage is in the chat. Incredible One is in the chat. I mean, if y'all want to sleep, I guess you can go watch somebody else doing this, but you're not gonna fall asleep on my show. Shayna Baszler. Dusting off the old gear. Somebody says, "My wife warns me JD is dangerous." What did that comment say? Oh, sure, he seems nice until he isn't. Yikes. First Zilla fought 2, now this. I have no idea what that means. Anyways, we're here. We're here for a good time, not a long time. Am I right, chat? Um, I just got home, which was why I was a few minutes late, because I realized I didn't have an ice cold beverage. Charles Mason. Um, I didn't have a frosty cold beverage, and I'm telling everybody to pull up with one. I'm like, well, shit. And it's hotter than balls. Finally, the skies are blue. We've got no fire smoke in the air for the first time in a week. My throat is starting to clear up a little bit. Chat, my throat was jacked all week from the fire smoke after the 3 days of streaming from SummerSlam. It was rough. It was rough. Now, I have no idea what's going on in House of Glory. I know some of the talent. I know we got the Hardy Boys today, Shayna Baszler and Shotzi Blackheart. Gollum, from the looks of it, is wrestling today. Smeagol. We got Zilla Fatu versus the Amazing Red in the main event, I'm assuming. And we've got Eddie Kingston versus Charles Mason. So there's a lot of names you've heard of on this card today, chat. And that was one of the reasons why I decided I was going to go live. So unfortunately, I don't have my better half, the other half of the IWC Tag Team Champions, my boy at Big O Gaming. Maybe we'll get a surprise visit from him at some point during the show. We can see what he's got to say about the pay per view if he's going to be catching it while he's at work. But shout out to my bro Otis. Shout out to y'all, man, for popping in here on a whim with no. I literally had no idea I was going live until about an hour before the show when I posted my thumbnail. So mm, HOG. I don't know what. Uh, Help me out, chat. The dude that runs House of Glory, what's his name? Brian. Yeah, you're live, and you sound like shit. House of Glory really got to do something with their sound. I'm not trying to start off with a complaint, but to my ears, this does not sound good at all. Brian, What's his name? All right, all right, all right. JD on the mic. I gotta tone the YouTube volume down a little bit so I can hear myself think. And this is dope. And what I'm gonna do, chat, is every time House of Glory does a show, I'm gonna go live. This is something that's perfectly aligned for what I do and how I just like to get on here and shoot the shit with everybody and talk wrestling. Um, I Anybody who comes in here that's new to my channel, I'm not a pundit. I'm not a smart mark. I'm not a uh, podcaster, content creator. I don't look at myself like any of that. I'm just a fan of pro wrestling, and I just want to hang out with like-minded people that like to watch pro wrestling and talk about pro wrestling. So, um, this specifically being on YouTube is perfect for my little community. Um, I know everybody's got situations in life, and I'm always trying to think of what I can do, like when I'm covering a WWE show or something where it costs money to watch. I hate that because I know not everybody. I'm not paying to watch, and I know a lot of other people aren't paying to watch, so not everybody can watch along. They can listen to us talk about it, but uh, some of you are familiar with my homie in real life, Draco. He's been popping into my streams uh, a lot as of late. Shout out to you, Draco. Um, he started watching wrestling because he's watching the stream, but he doesn't have any idea what I'm talking about. So he started watching. He put Raw on his TV on Monday when me and Otis were live, so he could watch along and then sort of understand what we were talking about. Oh, we're getting Zilla Fatu in the to open the show and Amazing Red. This is how we're starting the show. This is it's gonna be hard to follow this match if they're starting off with this match. Yeah, I know GOC's in the chat over there. Oh, you said that a long time ago. Sorry. What's good, everybody? I'm actually surprised they're kicking off the show with Zilla Fatu versus Amazing Red. This is going to be sick. Amazing Red should be able to bring Zilla to a good match. This will be my first time actually seeing Zilla Fatu wrestle live in real time. So I'm interested to see how he's progressing. Oh no! Chat. Technology. I just hit a button and completely closed everything out. I don't know what button I just touched on my keyboard, but it's no good, man. All the championships are being defended tonight. Do you guys watch House of Glory usually, or is this your first time? Let me know in the chat if this is your first time watching. I got to go put my drinks on ice. I'll be right back. I can still talk to you though. I just can't read your comments for a minute. But how we all feeling uh, about House of Glory? They got a lot of good names in their promotion, man. A lot of young prospects. A lot of WWE legends go through there. First time watching HOG, says Patrick Palmer. Bro, do you like indie wrestling? Yeah. Is he Puerto Rican or Dominican? What flags he got on his face? Not me talking shit on House of Glory's chat right now to the JD haters, but this is a great match to start. I was not expecting for them to kick off with a bang like this. I thought this was going to be maybe or main event. Surely. Did you say did you say Zillafatu or Achu like he sneezed? Sounds like he said Achu. Patrick says. I like the indie wrestling. Everybody's commenting about the sound. The sound is half. Devon, what's good? Yes, yes, Lori Lynch. There are so many of JD's chat in the House of Glory chat right now. It's crazy. I see so many names I know on a regular basis. The trolls, Devon, are very annoying. Welcome in, bro. It's good to have you in here. I appreciate you joining up. This is my first time seeing Zilla wrestle live, like on an actual show. I've seen clips and highlights and stuff like that of him, but I've never seen an actual in real time match. So this is going to be a good for everybody, wrestling fans, whether you prefer AEW or WWE. Um, everybody getting to see Zilla for the first time, if it is your first time, is gonna we're either gonna like him or we're not. You know what I mean? Zilla Fatu's body is changing, that's for sure. His body did not look like this a year ago. He had no muscle definition a year ago, and he is putting on his man body. He looks massive compared to Amazing Red. Oh no! Amazing Red, man, just threw himself into the metal guardrail, like threw caution to the wind on that. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Yes, sir. The way Red landed gave me damn anxiety attack, bro. I just thought he was gonna do a suicide dive through the ropes, right? He like corkscrew cannonballed sideways. He like side assed it and then just landed upside down up against the metal guardrail, the old school guardrails in House of Glory. Zilla caught him into a Samoan drop. No, Red with the counter. Clothesline missed. It's so crazy to me to hear JD and Solomonster calling matches. I'm so used to them podcasting. I've watched House of Glory shows before, so this isn't my first dance with House of Glory. But every time I hear them on commentary, because we're all used to like Michael Cole, uh, Excalibur, if that's your thing, if that's what you're into. Not throwing shade at nobody. If AEW is your thing, but to hear our two faves in the wrestling podcasting game calling matches is like it's dope. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, Patrick Palmer said he said Fatu, not Achu. Okay, thank you, bro. I'm not. Does anybody else watch House of Glory on a like regularly? Say something in the chat. Do you? Because I would like to know how long do their shows usually go? 2 hours, 3 hours? Damn, Zilla Fatu picked up Amazing Red and slammed him like he didn't, like he was weightless. Hmm. Devon, I see you in the House of Glory chat, bro. Mike Rouse, I know it's 2 to 3 hours. I was asking if it's either 2 or 3 because I need to save stream time. New York crowd, are they in New York? Does anybody know? I'm assuming they're in New York, right? If anybody has watched House of Glory before, do you remember when the Crown Jewel title belt had those big jewels all over it? It wasn't the best looking belt. That belt that Zilla was holding tonight, coming to the ring, that looks like their main championship belt. They made it look way better. I see so many people from OTS in the chat right now. That's crazy. Good shit though. Sorry, Chad. I'm trying to eat real quick. I'm like on the verge of what you call it, starvation. Amazing Red is so underrated. Oh, the Sean Ross Sapp troll is in the House of Glory chat. Who went over the barricade? Holy shit! He did the spot again that he meant to do at the beginning. They're in New York City. So the New York City crowds are always lit. I'm not sure if I've seen a House of Glory show where they're in another city. Maybe I've seen one in LA when they came to California. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't really watch House of Glory last year because of all of the drama that was going on with Mercedes and JD and how they were treating JD over there. But they worked things out. JD's back, so I'm here checking it out. Over 3,000 people. So basically, this is like a JD stream, right? There's like 3,200 in the chat at House of Glory watching this. Who's just yell? Was that JD that just screamed in my ear? They gotta do something with their sound, bro. Yo, Midmo, what up? What's good, bro? Uh, the show's good so far. We're, I don't know, 10 minutes into the first match, something like that. We got Zilla Fatu versus Amazing Red. I'm sure you know, but in case you didn't, they're now on YouTube, House of Glory. Their shows they're showing, so it's free for everybody. I know you know that, but just putting it out there in case you happen to be uh, vacating under a rock or time traveled back to the prehistoric era and missed that announcement. Where's my ranch, bitches? JD and Jason killing it on commentary. Yeah, they're doing good. The only issue I have is when JD yells out abruptly a move, like a counter move, it creates some static reverb in my ear that's very which is very rough on the eardrum. Other than that, that's it. They're doing good. Yeah, they're doing really good. How are you today, bro? You finishing up your work day? Okay, I see. Wow, now they're saying really fucked up shit about JD. That's fucked up what they're saying, man. Why are wrestling fans so cringe? Damn, Zilla Fatu just flew off the top rope for that Uso splash. Wow, Zilla Fatu's got a better super kick than the Usos. Well, chat is what? Wow. Okay. So, what up, Otis? Chat, say what's up to your boy, my bro, from the big ass O, the other half of the IWC World Tag Team Champion, my partner. What's good, brother? Amazing Red and your new House of Glory Crown Jewel Champion. Thank God they got a new Crown Jewel Championship belt, bro. So Zilla is going where then, I'm assuming. Does anybody know? Is what's Red doing? He's bringing Zilla back into the ring. Zilla's huge, man. Look how big this kid is. Huge. They're all chanting "Thank you, Zilla." So I'm assuming he's exiting House of Glory based off the fact that he just lost the title. What y'all think about that, chat? I see Eddie over there in the chat. Everybody's over the YouTube chat. Come say what's up, fam. Come say what up. How you doing today, Otis? Okay, Midma. Right about. Um, they've got the camera clearly right next to the subwoofer speaker sound system in their venue because every time the bass hits, the camera's vibrating. Has anybody seen um my sorry chat, my brain just literally, in Men in Black when they put the they flash the strobe light to wipe everybody's brain so they don't remember they were talking about aliens and stuff. That's what just happened mid thought to my brain. I was talking, saying a thought, and then blank. Just whoop, I got nothing. I got nothing. Hook is at House of Glory. Holy shit! That's crazy. This is gonna be dope. Hook versus Valo. Somebody in JD's chat said when JD announced that he was gonna do House of Glory, I think it was Monday's show. Somebody was like, or maybe it was TNT actually. I think somebody said, "Is Hook gonna be there?" I think somebody knew. Somebody just gave the House of Glory YouTube channel $100 super chat. That's crazy. I literally don't know who the kid in the orange is. I have no idea. I have no clue who it is. Nice by Hook. Hook's putting on some nice muscle. Brian XL, that's his name. The in-ring announcer guy that says scheduled for one fall. Brian XL, that's his name. I knew it was Brian something. I couldn't think of it. It just hit me now, chat. So it's all good, Mike. I appreciate your support, bro. Who else is live right now? Are there anybody else doing watch alongs? Is Issa live? Is who else would be going live right now? I'm not sure. Big Hodge in the chat over on House of Glory. Denise is live? Oh, they're all doing SmackDown watch alongs. Oh, that's right. Duh, I forgot. I'm gonna watch SmackDown later. JD's not even doing SmackDown tonight, I don't think. So I'll watch it later. But chat, if you are in here, please, no spoilers. Yeah, go watch him if you want to fall asleep. If you need a good sleep aid, go watch that guy. Nice hard clothesline by Hook. I think Hook being in House of Glory is a good thing. I really do. I think it's a good thing for him and his character development and his in-ring development. He's still really, really young. I think he's still growing into his man body. But yeah, I like having Hook in House of Glory. It's like he was made for it. Yeah, absolutely, Patrick. Tap out! Do not read the House of Glory chat if you don't want SmackDown spoilers with Kevin Owens and CM Punk. They're typing spoilers in the chat. I just closed the chat out. I don't want to see that nonsense. GG's. The Hook. Yeah, this is a perfect fit for Hook. Hey, did anybody see the video from Aleister Black? His name is Tommy Endigan, and he shaved off all of his hair. He's got no hair. The video was titled "The End of Me Is Me." Dr. Hillary tries too hard to be like Paul Heyman, in my opinion. That's no shade. I'm not saying he sucks. I just feel like the way he speaks is, I feel like he's trying to sound like Paul Heyman. That's just my opinion. Wait, are these guys fighting now? All right, chat. We've been live for just under an hour. I'm watching the pay per view time a little bit because for those that didn't get the announcement from Otis on Monday, we will be live as usual for the Monday Night Raw watch along and review. We're just going to do it here on my channel on Monday, and then the week after we should be back on Otis's channel, normal time and channel for the Raw review. We're just switching it up a little bit so he can let his watch time reset, and we'll be here on my channel for the Raw review next Monday. It's in like what 3 days? Remember that, chat. Remember to come find us here and not there. But then next week we'll be there, as usual, not here. What were these guys' names again? Yeah, and there's 3,600 in the chat over on House of Glory's YouTube channel. Good shit. You know how smart it was of House of Glory to go to YouTube? Like I sincerely think that they're gonna grow immensely because of this. Did someone say high intensity? What is the name of these two guys' tag team that are fighting each other? I forget, chat. He's called the Black Heart and he's wearing Bret Hart wrestling gear. Oh my god. Main event. That's what they were called. Main event. Didn't main event? Where did they used to wrestle? Were they in AEW or were they cruiserweights on 205 Live? I feel like I've seen them on one of the bigger promotions a number of years ago. I just can't remember where I saw them. Does anybody in the chat remember? Yeah, yeah. You know what the presentation looks like to me, chat? HOG's presentation looked very similar to NXT Black and Gold. The way the ring is set up with the crowd and the bleachers going up, the big sign above them. It looks really good. I just think that they should put some money, take some money and invest that into their sound quality for their broadcasting. Wait, Lori, you got Twitter finally? Half hell frozen over? Amazing. No problem at all, Lori. Thank you so much for stopping by. Tell your husband I said hello. Give him my best. I hope you guys are hanging in there. Um, Stay positive. Remember that hard times don't last forever. When we are faced with adversity, sometimes we're put in situations that we're forced to go through against our will. And every time that's happened for me personally, I've come out on the other end, if not a better human being, a much stronger human being for what I went through. So try to hang in there, try to be positive, and eventually I think things will start to look up for you and your husband. I firmly, firmly believe that, and I'll keep you in my thoughts and my prayers. And I hope that good times fall upon you sooner rather than later. Thank you so much for being here, Lori. You're one of my goats. So I'll see you tomorrow on JD's stream for sure. You and your husband have a good night. New York, New York, New York, New York. Give me 1 second, chat. I just got to grab something out of the kitchen. Give me 20 seconds. New York, New York. Ah, man. I think I got bit again. I've been getting bit. I've been getting bit. I want to. Oh, actually, I'll say something about it at the end of the stream before I log off. I will save that for later. It'll be a more appropriate time anyway than right now. We focusing on wrestling right now, chat. Chat. It wouldn't be a high intensity House of Glory pay per view without the high. Am I right? Well, what does Otis always say? If you got it, work it. And it just so happens to be that I got it. So we finished. One more kiss. That was awesome having Lori in the chat. I miss her. You're Otis in a mask. Nah, Jay Lion is not as big as Otis is, but they are shaped the same. You are right. Ow. I don't like the half and half snap suplex. I think they should eliminate that suplex in wrestling because I feel like that move really can put somebody out with a serious neck injury in like IRL. I feel like it's too risky for that move. What do y'all think? Do you agree or disagree? Yeah, and when you Patrick, when you have your opponent in like the full Nelson position, so his arms are just dangling like this, right? And he can't brace himself, and then you whiplash affect him backwards over your head. The first thing that touches when your opponent hits is their neck or their head, and if you whip them too fast, maybe the top of their head. Yeah, it's vicious looking, but I don't think it's worth like one move just for it to look like a legit move is not worth the risk, in my opinion. I like the move; it's devastating. It looks incredible, but it's just too. If you're just off a little bit, and it could be potentially really bad for the person on the receiving end of that move. So far, what are we thinking? What are we thinking about House of Glory? 2.5 matches in. I'll tell you this: I have not felt the feeling of cringe where like I needed to look away or wanted to change the channel like I do when I watch another wrestling promotion that's shown on TV every week. Now, I think we are all in agreement that no one is going to say this is the best pay per view that we've ever seen. But usually on pay per views that we think are the greatest ever, there's at least one segment of cringe. So who took the offense and who took the defense on that move right there? I couldn't tell who did the move on the other guy. It looked like they both literally just said fuck it. Not really sure what that was. Yeah, this match is. I think all three matches have been solid. I've been entertained. You know, and like I said, I haven't gotten to the point where I feel bored or I'm like, what am I watching? It's cringe. Nothing of that sort. It's solid wrestling. And I love Amazing Red. Anytime I can see Amazing Red, I will. I wanted to see. It was a great opportunity to get eyes on Zilla Fatu. Everybody. There's hella people backstage in WWE right now watching this. You think the Usos aren't backstage uh, watching Zilla? You think Jacob's not backstage watching Zilla? Of course they is. Roman, damn, springboard cutter off the apron. Yow. That's the only pads they got on that wooden floor? Oh, bruh. What? Like, that's a real thing? That's a real thing for real. Yeah, but this is solid pay-per-view. Yeah, it's got a very like I compared it to NXT Black and Gold, but NXT to me back then felt like an old school kind of thing about it, the look of it all to me as well. This does give off a very like vintage classic professional wrestling uh video from back in the day. From like a promotion like in the South or something back when in the territory days, right, Mike? That's what you're talking about? I think there were still territories in the 70s, right? That almost looked like a kind of a brain buster. So now this dude is just impervious to pain. So Hook is in a hog. This guy just did a modified Taz mission. I'm wondering if I wonder if Taz is training behind the scenes in House of Glory with his son being there. I bet you he is. Bet you he is. What do you say, Jay Briscoe? Is he gonna do a Jay Driller? Up on the top rope. What's he gonna do? Lion still got a little bit of fight left in him. I could almost hear JD smiling, trying not to laugh while he said that line. That was funny. He gave the referee a straight uppercut. Oh, he spiked him. Holy Moses. Shout out Jay Briscoe. Rest in peace. That was a J driller, bro. Damn. He drilled him. Watch it. Straight down. Oh, fuck. I mean, am I crazy or did he literally land on his head and you watch his whole head and shoulders compress like that? Or am I seeing things? Someone is now talking shit about Devon in the chat. Are these plastic chairs or why are they? Those are plastic chairs. I've seen it all now, chat. Who's the Matt guy? Devon, I see him in the chat. I've been talking shit to him too. I said I heard that JD is good personal friends with, and then I tagged his name and I said Matt's mother. What would hurt worse? Don't you think like a plastic chair would hurt? Because you can whip it like, really fast. I feel like getting whipped with a plastic chair would really suck. I really feel like that would suck. Referee's been down after that uppercut. I mean, Midas Black must have a brick in his fucking glove or something. I think JD's watching the chat. They've gotten rid of some trolls, but I mean, they can't be looking at the chat while they're calling the show. But in between matches, they'll look. JD is very well aware. So this match just completely broke down. Someone said my night is ruined. Yeah, I've never seen a match deteriorate quite like this. Fans are throwing shit at them. Why are they both leaving together after they just fought? Now somebody's getting in Lion's Jay Lion's face. Yeah, they're both watching the chat when they can, but their main focus is their job. So hopefully, if they take an intermission, they'll be able to bend them. Well, why don't people just block? I don't understand why it's so important. Be like, right now, watch. They'll look at the chat. Rat's fixing to be gone sooner rather than later. Oh, it's Gollum. We get Smeagol. What's his name? I know it's Leo. Still Leo Rush. Yeah, I can't with this. Like, Leo Rush is a good wrestler. I just You know what this reminds me of? Type in the chat if you know what I'm thinking about. Like what this gimmick, what I'm about to compare this to. When a wrestler switches gimmick and their previous gimmick is more of a human form and then they go to a character, this reminds me of Cody Rhodes turning into Stardust. There's a similarity to that transition. That's the transition to like a supernatural character. That's what I mean. Yeah, you could even say like Mankind, but we got supernatural Mankind before we got Mick Foley, so it was reversed. So I like that better. It's very hard when you see a guy first and know his personality, and then he comes out as a weird, creepy, odd character, and you're like, come on, bro, it's just them playing a clown. You know what I mean? Like, they are throwing shit at this dude. Look at all the stuff they're throwing at him. Are they throwing popcorn at him, or what are they throwing? I think did they turn off the chat? The chat stopped moving. Oh, there it went. My shit froze. My chat for House of Glory just went like super fast because it was stuck or something. No, that guy's still there. What the hell? That's crazy they're just. I don't know. What's he called? Did you just call him Blackheart, Leo Rush? And we had Midas Black, the Blackheart? Huh. am I tripping? Did I hear that wrong? Because if I was correct, that's half. I watched glamorous. He looks green as grass. They got rid of him. Chat. He's out of the chat. What? I gotta watch that again. What the fuck? Wait, how did Salamonster? Wait, how's he ringside? I'm confused. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Because now I feel completely like somebody just messed with my brain. Salamonster's acting like Jason McMonster. Yeah, I know he's the commissioner, but I'm confused. If he's out of commentary, how the hell did he get backstage and come out that fast? I'm confused. And he said, "No holds barred." He sounded like Vince. Oh, someone's got a MAGA shirt in the crowd. That's tight. That's hella tight. Why is everybody called Black Heart? Can somebody explain this? Is commentary cracking me up. Oh, good lord! Ouch! Out of nowhere, Leo Rush just came flying through the ropes. What's he doing? Leo Rush is really good. There's no denying that. He's so smooth and fluid in the ring. Like he can do things nobody else does because of his lack of height. Too many times. All right, another no sell. I saw that, Devon. That was funny. I just seen that go by in the chat. What up, Eddie? What's good, bro? I see you in the House of Glory chat. How's your day, brother? Thanks for showing up. We just chilling, watching House of Glory High Intensity. It's impossible to like really have a good time and have fun in the House of Glory chat with the spamming. I was trying to tell everybody earlier in there if they wanted to come over here and hang out with us to do that. Because I don't know if people see my notifications or not. I meant earlier I seen you in there. Basically now House of Glory's pay-per-view chats are going to be mostly a combination of off the script and Fallen Monsters communities. It's like I'm looking at the chat and it's like I'm in JD's stream, but I'm watching live wrestling. It's tripping me out. Oh, Darren Richardson is busted open. He's bleeding like a stuck pig. Are you watching SmackDown right now, Eddie? No spoilers, please, if you are, because I'm gonna watch it after this ends. Oh yeah, they're going to, Eddie. This is their debut. They're on YouTube now. All House of Glory pay-per-views are on YouTube from here on out. They said that earlier. And I was talking about it a little bit ago on my on the stream here. If you're like a local New Yorker or like a really hardcore indie wrestling fan, you know what House of Glory is. If you're a JD fan, you probably know what House of Glory is. But them, what have they got to lose? It ain't gonna cost them anything extra to put it on YouTube. And all that's gonna do is just, oh, I don't know, give them the opportunity for people around the globe to see them, so it's only gonna make them grow. I was talking about that earlier. Like, why wasn't House of Glory on YouTube like 5, 6 years ago? It'd probably be bigger than like TNA. You know what I mean? They're still in chat. They've got a lot of young talent, but they got a lot of names that you've heard of. There's a lot of people you know about on this card tonight. You know what I mean? Names you're very familiar with, and that helps attract the people that don't know Hog because they've heard of those names, and then they get a chance to see a guy like Darren Richardson, and you're like, who's that? Great. I read today that TKO is very interested, or sorry, WWE officials are very interested in making Royal Rumble a two-night event. I read that. That was the first thing I read this morning when I woke up. That was the first message on Twitter I saw. I was like, oh, why do I got to start my day like this? I don't know how this kid is wrestling with his hair like this in his face, like this. Like if I put like a wig on my head and it was long enough where it was just in my eyes, and then went to wrestle a match. I mean, what? You might as well be blindfolded. How can he see shit? Not once has he tried to get his hair out of his face. That would drive me nuts, especially when you get to the point where you're like your body's completely wet with sweat. Just thinking about how that must feel and how suffocating. Like I don't know, I get claustrophobic pretty easy. In certain, oh ow, little boy on the chair. He backflipped a stunner cell, a stunner cell. He backflipped off a stunner from Leo Rush. It's crazy. JD said busted open. Nice. Match is alright. They tried some. Well, I thought it was a squash match at the beginning because it no ring as soon as it started. And I was like, what? Holy smoke! God, the Leo Rush one. The corrupt commissioner saw a monster. Dr. Hillary, what are you doing, bro? Doesn't he sounds like a young Paul Heyman to me? Like his sound, like his cadence, how he says his words. How you know? Oh, they switched the chat settings on House of Glory. You have to be subbed longer than 10 minutes to talk. Okay, so that was a hell of a match, boys. He said. Yeah, Leo Rush winning is that's something. Adam, are we trick or treating, chat? What's going on? The battle royal?
Why is this girl just sticking her middle finger in everybody's face as they walk by? You're not gonna put her name on the screen? Then move out of the way, jobbers. Diamond Brago is her name? This dude, why is everybody so repping the New York Knicks colors? I get you're from New York, but do something different. Like this is like the fifth wrestler that's come out wearing New York Knicks colors, bro. They came out on a hoverboard. Would you come up with this gimmick today, buddy? Hopefully your wrestling speaks a lot louder than your entrance just did. My God. Why would you put him after that woman that just came in to the ring? Is she the only female? Because she should have been last if that's the case. Okay. Yeah, that ramp looks like you ever tried to like walk like a 2x4 plank? That's what it reminds me of. It's like, oh, it's almost like you're fighting your balance the whole time. People like right at your ankles on both sides, like holy shit. And then at the top, you got those two kids in the front, and that one girl's just doing this to everybody the whole fucking night. Every wrestler that's come out, she's like this. I'm like, if you hate everybody, what are you doing? Why are you here? Why is she allowed to do that? That was literally the only woman in the match. You should have come out last. Gotta grab something out of the rip. Oh no, I fucked up. Oh no, no. I've been sitting out all night. I It is what it is. Sorry for my breathing in the mic. I'm back. To put everybody in there at the same time is like it's hard for me to figure. I don't know. Chat. It's just pure chaos. I don't know where to look at any given time. Wait, was there more than one woman in the match? This is I'm genuinely confused. I'm trying to follow this match. Why was there even women in like I'm still trying to understand what that's about. They're cheating, someone said in the chat. Who's the guy in the mask? I guess it doesn't matter. You just got eliminated. You just call another man sweet cheek? This is crazy. How long have we been live? 2 hours and 20 minutes. Where's my phone? The sound. They got to do something about the sound because JD just going all staticky when he yells like that. It's like,
It gets real fuzzy.
his name really Sweet Cheek Cat.
Someone's calling him Joey Chestnut.
That's not the guy that does cartwheels, right?
I don't think I ever heard of a single wrestler that was in this match tonight, so that's why I was just kind of quiet for it because it was very chaotic all over the place. I didn't really know who to pay more attention to than others, and it just looked like a bunch of chaos in the ring going on at the same time. So it was kind of hard for me to keep up with it. I love that everybody can watch it too. Oh man, This the next match? I get rid of my garbage chat and wash my hands. I'll be right back. Charles Mason and Eddie Kingston. I haven't seen Eddie Kingston in a couple of years actually since he wrestled on I forget what match he was wrestling in AEW. He's also a perfect fit for House of Glory, in my opinion. He's not a TV like a he doesn't have the look for TV in my opinion. I know it might be a controversial take, might upset some ears, but that's just my. Everyone's allowed to their own.
Status bitch. What if she looks familiar? Women's match? Oh, now Matt made an account called Devon and he's spamming. Oh, sorry, chap. My throat is still not fully recovered from the fire smoke, but this is funny. The Matt spam account is now rechanged his name to Devon. Has Stephen Lander been in AEW or WWE before? He looks very familiar. He looks extremely familiar. Okay, Shayna Baszler. We're chanting happy birthday to fucking Shayna Baszler. What's going on with the Blackheart in this company? Yes, sir, Patrick. I haven't seen Shotzi wrestle or Shayna Baszler wrestle in, I feel like it's been a few years. Shotzi got a green title. Okay. I see what she's doing. How many fucking matches are on this card? This is crazy. I'm not complaining. I just didn't realize that it was going to go this long. I might have to like actually end the stream before this show ends. I need to save some time because me and Otis have to go live on my channel on Monday. Y'all know how Shayna Baszler likes to wrestle. Stiff as a board. I'm sitting at my PC. Eddie. I have a feeling Shayna Baszler is going to hit this girl pretty hard. Shotzi and Shayna are doing a good job so far. They're kind of just starting to get warmed up a little bit. Shayna Baszler wrestling her famous style, joint manipulation, really stiff strike, chops, slow, methodical pace, just picking apart Shotzi Blackheart.
I agree, Patrick. 100%. Well, no, actually, I agree with your sentiment, but I know why. It's not really a mystery. You know, Vince McMahon, he kept the Playboy Playmate looking types around. It's been a very slow-paced match.
All of that long, slow pace just to have dinner 15 minutes. Cowboys from hell. What is going on? Ricky Stokes. We've been live for 3 hours. That's hard to believe. So the number one contenders tournament for the World Heavyweight Championship in Mexico City, when WWE goes and takes Raw down to Mexico. The matches are broken down into Penta versus Laredo Kid. Will take on the winner of Psycho Clown versus La Parca. Dragon Lee versus El Hijo de Dr. Wagner Jr. will take on the winner of Ray Phoenix and El Cristal. Those matches will be bangers. Wait, Jade, Cargill, and Charlotte main event SmackDown tonight. That's interesting. Delete, delete, delete. Those are some pretty shiny House of Glory tag titles, man. Look really good. Uh-oh. Matt Hardy about to do. Broken Matt and Brother Nero. Three-way dance. Yeah, let's go. I have no idea who that team is. I kind of know who Ricky Sosa is. I know who Casey Navarro is. Um, so this will be interesting. Casey and Barrow getting deleted by the Hardy, not Hardy specifically. Oh shit. Oh, is it hot where everybody's from today? Hot as balls here today, but the air quality finally cleared up. Saw blue sky for the first time in like a week. Just saw nothing but just fire smoke in the trees. That's all I could smell and taste, like 24/7. My city had the worst air quality in the entire country over the last week. We got fires everywhere. do, 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 do. Oh, Alexa Bliss is back with Lily. Oh shit! Wow. I'm sorry. This match is a little longer than it needs to be. No disrespect. Delete and still. Yes, sir. What up, Midmo? All right, the Hardy Boys might be the first wrestlers that that little girl hasn't stuck her middle finger in their face all night. She's dancing to the music. It's been a good show, yeah, entertaining show. Some of the matches went a little long, in my opinion. Battle Royal was very chaotic and hard to follow, and probably that's for me because I didn't know a single person in it. But very entertaining show. Solid Monster and JD are doing a good job. It's a fun show. I will say this: I've not felt secondhand embarrassment or like the feeling of like cringe, like I need to look away or turn it off. So, oh yeah, you're here for the main event: Eddie Kingston versus Charles Mason. Fuck you! Um, yeah, I don't either. I did, and then I didn't. Now that they're doing their pay-per-views on YouTube, I think it's gonna grow. I think you're gonna start seeing a lot more chatter, kind of like when WWE bought Triple A. Now they're you know that saying, sometimes you got to help yourself and stay out of your own way. I feel like House of Glory should have been broadcasting on YouTube, even when they were charging on the PL for the pay per view. If they would have been just broadcasting on YouTube like 9 years ago, 8 years ago, they, they might be big enough where they'd be touring around the country more regularly. Get to fill in arena stats. They could be bigger than TNA. They get a fuck ton of former WWE talent go through there. And all those names bring eyeballs to the product, and then you learn who guys you've never heard of or seen before are, right? You get your eyes on a Charles Mason or a Ricky Sosa. Oh, Triple A's already growing. And with this tournament, when they go down to when WWE Raw's in Mexico, and the winner of this tournament gets a title shot against Roman on Raw, yeah, Triple. I'm glad they're doing it on WWE though, because I was like, at first I was like, holy shit, we're getting Roman Reigns and Triple A, fuck yeah. And then I thought about it, and I'm like, wait, I don't want no WWE shenanigans booking, Raw and SmackDown shitty booking, and them coming down there and making it feel like we're watching Raw or SmackDown. I like the way AAA feels. Like it's always, even though WWE bought it, it still feels like I'm watching AAA. Partly, the essence of the OG AAA is still there, and I feel like if they bring a bunch of main roster talent down there, it's gonna wipe that away. I don't want to see AAA like NXT 2.0. You know what I mean? They changed their Crown Jewel Championship too. But don't have those ugly fake stones all over it anymore. It looks very similar to the heavyweight title. And they got sick tag. Their tag titles are sick. I'm not gonna lie. With the maroon leather, looked way better than when the New Day had the Raw tag team titles on that red leather with the silver plate or the bronze plate, whatever it was. Yeah, they're stepping their belt game up for sure in HOG. You're a bit skeptical of what? Mixing AAA with Raw? Well, they're doing it on Raw. So like all the matches they announced tonight for the bracket for the winner to face Roman Reigns, it's gonna be like a WWE star versus a AAA star in all the matches, and then the winner is gonna face Roman Reigns. Ray Phoenix is in the tournament, so you kind of know where it's going. I'll be rooting for my guy La Parka. He's in it, but Penta's in it. I'm assuming Penta and Ray Phoenix are going to be the final, but that would be kind of obvious. So I'm thinking maybe Penta's not going to win. Maybe, maybe Ray Phoenix and Penta fight before the final, and Ray beats him, and then they give us somebody to make it more unpredictable. But yeah, at first when after Raw, when Mysterio was backstage in Gorilla, and Roman comes back, and then he's like, "Hey, you know I'm the GM of AAA, right?" He's like, "Let me run something by you." When he said that, I just immediately tweeted out, "Holy shit, Roman's going to AAA," because I was thinking Triple Mania, and they still might. I still ain't ruling out that they're gonna bring Roman to one of the nights of Triple Mania. They very well could to get eyeballs on the product. But I tweeted so hastily because my mentality was get the biggest star in the world down to AAA because I want AAA to grow. And then somebody reported that uh, it was going to be for Worlds Collide. And I was like, if it's for Worlds Collide and not Triple Mania, well then never mind. Like forget it. Not that serious. But it's not even for Worlds Collide. It's for the title shot is going to be to face Roman on Raw. Rey Mysterio is I already fought Roman. I'm pretty sure years ago. I think during the Big Dog days. I don't think Ray was 100% though, if I remember correctly. He was going through a lot of injuries back then. I am interested to see Rey Mysterio's daughter. She's joined NXT, so we got another generational talent on the rise, and for the women's division. So Dominic, they just threw him onto the main roster, and it was cringe. Not gonna lie, I don't think it's gonna be the same result with Aaliyah. Without the essence of the promotion. Because AAA has that very, like I tell Otis all the time, it's got a very like, just for that quick hour, you tune in and it's like, even if you're not familiar with Mexican culture, even if the mariachi style of music is not your thing, it's very hard to turn on AAA and not all of a sudden just when you're watching it like 15 minutes later, you're wondering why you feel like drinking a margarita, and the wrestlers are coming out, and the next thing you know, you're kind of like doing the salsa. You're doing the salsa shimmy with your shoulders because of the mariachi music for El Grande Americano. You know what I mean? It just kind of gets into you, and you don't really realize it. And then the next thing you know, you're like, wait, am I enjoying this? Like, oh shit, it kind of feels like it's like an hour party. It's like a in and out, just a little shot in the arm. And AAA has always had that. It's always had kind of like a grittiness to it. I don't want to say low budget because that sounds disrespectful, but what's the term I'm looking for? I don't know the word off the top of my head, but you know what I'm saying. Not polished, I guess. Whereas the filters on the cameras in WWE and everything looks all glitzy and glamorous and like larger than life. AAA kind of has that Lucha Underground temple gritty style to it, and I'm like you. I don't want if you send all the main roster down there doing their long ass entrances, giving them the WWE promotion, it's taking away what I think the fan base of AAA really loves about that promotion. So if they're going to intermingle the companies, that's fine. They want to do this tournament to get more eyes on the product. It's smart to do it on Raw. It's smart to bring those luchadors up to Raw and have the tournament on Raw. And when you think about it, if Roman is carrying around the title you used to call secondary title, like why would he stoop so low as to go to an almost indie promotion that's just being owned and operated by WWE? That it would be the Roman character, it would be beneath him. If you listen to what he said to Rey Mysterio backstage, when Rey said, I'm the GM of AAA, right? And Roman responded with, well, I do now. Kind of like, sorry, AAA's off my radar. I had no idea. So it kind of fit. Wait, NXT is on ESPN now? They're not on CW anymore? So is ESPN just losing credibility with all the sports fans of the world that still believe that pro sports isn't scripted like pro wrestling? Because like growing up, all the guys that used to make fun of us wrestling fans, they would all say the same thing. It's not real, right? Whereas football's real, basketball's real. You know, it's crazy to me that ESPN is just partnered with WWE and they show and talk about WWE stuff so much. Oh, House of Glory coming to the West Coast next month, Los Angeles. West Side. Oh, they're on CW and ESPN now, huh? I heard Tatum Paxley debuted on SmackDown tonight. It might have been live for almost 4 hours. Thank goodness my time resets next Friday. Yeah, the venue does. It reminds me of NXT Black and Gold, just a little brighter with the lights. Patrick, I don't want the finals to be Ray versus Penta either. I think that's too predictable because they're both in the tournament. If that ends up being the final, then what? Then there was no point. I agree. I'm sweating my ass off in here. God damn it. Yeah, but I just don't think they should be in the final of the tournament. I do think Ray Phoenix is winning the tournament. I do. But I'm rooting for La Parka. In fact, I'll pull it up right now for you, chat, so you can see it yourself. Give me one moment. Give me one moment, chat. Yeah. Yeah. There's a post about it. Let me add this to the screen. So you see right here on the screen, chat, Issa tweeted it earlier. Here's the bracket for the number one contenders tournament for the World Heavyweight Championship on Raw in Mexico City. So you know Penta's beating Laredo Kid. He's going to beat the winner of La Parka Psycho Clown. So he's in the final. I really don't see how it's anything other than brother versus brother. Then Ray Phoenix goes on to fight Roman, loses, but maybe Penta comes out, and that starts a feud between Penta and Roman when Ray Phoenix goes back down to AAA. Or they send Ray Phoenix to SmackDown type shit. No, no spoilers, Mike. Spoilers. Actually, I don't care. I spoiled a bunch of shit now that I think about it without realizing it. All of that for what a waste of time. Plastic chair. Plastic chairs is crazy. Somebody's saying HOG stands for House of Goofy. I wouldn't have booked a fuck finish in this match, especially on a 4-hour show. Uh, but I hate to just wrap it up real quick. Okay, we're not done yet. But as soon as this ends, chat, I'm out. I gotta save as much time as possible. Send me a notice to go live on Monday because he's out of time, and me doing this grocery show, I just took 4 hours of the time I have left, so I've only got an hour or two left. Rich Swan, who? Oh, Sweet Cheek. The king of. I can't say his name. I'm a grown ass man, dog. His finisher is called the Starburster. Finally, Charles Mason. Did anyone think that Eddie Kingston had a shot in hell to win this match? I knew as soon as I saw the card today, he was losing. Knew immediately. I just figured Mason was going to win. I didn't think Mason was ever going to lose. So is Charles Mason signing with a company? That's crazy. I told you though, chat. I wouldn't. Why would they book Zilla Fatu versus Amazing Red to start the show? Who was going to follow that?
that was a good show. Long show. Did not know it was gonna be a 4-hour fucking show. Holy shit! I thought it was gonna be 2 hours. That's why I did this. But then I thought it would be weird if I just cut it off, like during the battle royal. You know what I'm saying? But it was a good show. Chat, don't take House of Glory that serious. Take it seriously, but not that seriously. There's a lot of lighthearted fun going on within the company. These kids are young. They're finding themselves. These aren't gimmicks like that are being on national television. Well, sorry, Eddie Kingston was, but that's why he's no longer on national television. But that's neither here nor there. I think I can stop my screen share now. Sorry about that. But it's a fun show. Just take it for what it is. You know what I mean? Don't try to compare like how JD critiques pro wrestling on the national or on the global level. Don't sit there and analyze House of Glory like that, because it's not. You can't analyze it the same way. So you'll get commentary from JD that's probably contradictory to what he talks about in AEW, but he's playing the commentary role. You have to understand. He knows the difference. He knows the difference. Rumblings about Mason going to WWE developmental. Okay. I now have a brand new roster of new wrestlers to watch. This will be fun. Fuck yeah, Patrick. Charles Mason, Casey Navarro, they've been around House of Glory. Man, I remember, when was it, like 2016, 2017 when I started watching Hog? They've been around a long time. But Zillafatu did a very good job working with Amazing Red. But Amazing Red knows how to work with any style, so I knew he would bring him to a good match. It was good. I just feel like for a 4-hour show and you put the best match at first, it's like it made kind of, once we hit that battle royal, my brain started going haywire because I didn't know anybody in the battle royal and they stuck everybody in the ring at the same time to start the match. So it was like, well, who are we supposed to watch? It just looked like a big clusterfuck in there. And then 10 minutes later, there's 4 people left. I'm like, oh, okay. And then once that happened, then the matches afterwards, just I felt like we're all booked way too long for time. But that's my only knock on it, really. Oh, and the sound. When JD starts to raise his voice, it starts to get fuzzy and staticky. I don't know if Zilla's going to go to NXT. Zilla, if they don't have any plans on putting him in the bloodline, he'll go to NXT. But if they want him for the bloodline, they don't have time to put him in NXT and develop him. Unless it's going to be shorter than Solo Sikoa's stint in NXT. But I feel like you're not coming out of nobody, like the days of like a Kevin Owens, like going to NXT and then like a week later debuting on Raw to take out the biggest guy in wrestling, the biggest name. That's never probably going to happen again. You know what I'm saying? So what's the minimum in NXT? A year? How long was Solo in NXT before they called him up? Was it even a year? I felt like his run in NXT was very short. Somebody want to research that for me real quick? But yeah, Zilla ain't going anywhere else. He's not going to go to AEW. Why would WWE allow a member of the bloodline to be in another company? So that the name that they've held so near and dear and forced down everybody's throat for years upon years, so one of them can go make a billionaire some money? They ain't gonna let that happen. I promise. I promise. What up, Otis? Yeah, it was a fun show, bro. It was a really fun show. It's a good time. I'm glad it's on YouTube. I'm glad it's accessible for everybody. Everybody could click on and watch, all relatively the same time. So it was cool. Yeah, 10 months Solo was on NXT. I figured it was around a year or a little shorter. Thank you for that, Jeremy. But yeah, this is just good for professional wrestling that they are on YouTube now. It really is. If you're missing the Hardys, if you want us to check out Azilla Fatu before he makes his big breakthrough on the in the big time with the big boys, it's like Patrick said, it's another product with a whole new roster to watch and learn and get used to. Just remember, it's independent, right? Like the stuff you see in GCW, they're like hardcore. You're not gonna see what they do in the big leagues. A lot of the House of Glory does a lot of fun stuff, right? A lot of that kind of overly cheesy stuff. It's no different than the overly cheesy shit really you see in WWE. The stuff that kind of insults your intelligence. It's just less offensive to me watching it on House of Glory because I understand the product for what it is. And they're not on TV week after week after week pretending to be like, not pretending, but, trying to compare themselves to an NFL and NBA and want to be regarded as like a legitimate professional sport. And then they do all this inexplicable and intelligence insulting shit. And you're like, what? Like, I take everything in House of Glory with a grain of salt. I'm not watching it going, oh, this doesn't make sense. And this was way overbooked. And if it's ridiculously overbooked or cringe, I will call it out. But tonight there was no cringe. Some of the matches were a little too long. They could have shaved an hour off of this show, in my opinion. But other than that, I have no complaints. I didn't cringe. I didn't feel like turning it off or watching SmackDown instead. I forgot SmackDown was even on. And JD and Solomonster, their voices are familiar, so it's not hard to listen to. And I think it's just it's going to be good for JD's brand, Solomonster's brand. House of Glory is going to grow because they're on YouTube. The whole world has access to it. If you didn't catch it live, you'll hear people on Twitter seeing people talk about it. You go click on it on YouTube. Oh, here's that card they were talking about. Let me watch it. Yeah, definitely no. It's indie, but it's not Mud Show. It's not got that cheapo backyard wrestling type feel to it. You know what I mean? It gave Mike Rouse compared it to a WCW show back in the 70s. I said, yeah, it does kind of have a. Oh, he said the way Solid Monster and JD were calling the matches was like a WWE show in the 70s, like old school. And it did give off kind of like the look of it, the presentation of it was kind of like vintage WCW a little bit. There's some good to take away from. There's a lot good actually to take away from House of Glory. Not every gimmick's going to be your thing, but like I said, you will find something that you latch onto and you want to see more of. So, we've been live for over 4 hours, and I got an hour and some odd minutes of time left, so I got just barely enough time for me and Otis to do a show come Monday for the Raw review. So, I'm going to get on out of here. I thank you guys for hanging out with me today, especially on a short notice show. I'm going to go let my dog out now because she's been staring at me for the last 2 hours. Oh, yeah, she's like right here going like, if you don't take me out, I'm pissing and shitting everywhere. So thank you, chat. It's always a good time with you guys. Thank you for coming to support your boy and for hanging out. And I will see you guys all hopefully on Otis's channel over at Big O Gaming on Monday for the Raw review. Have a good night, everybody.